Hello. Hello. Hi, Marilina. Welcome. Hi, everyone. Welcome to another wonderful week. Happy to have you all here. Ooh, such a great new week. Uh, let me see. Yep. Welcome, welcome, welcome. I'm happy to have you all here. And as we begin a new week, how is it going for you all out there? Marilla says, "How's the weekend?" It was good. Uh, for me, the weekend was more of school related stuff. So, got to go to class. All my classes were online actually. So, I was just here taking my online classes and doing assignments and reading for class as well. So, that was what my weekend was about. And yep, pretty much. Hi Tracy, hi Enoch. Welcome, welcome everyone. Happy to see you all around. How you all doing? And what's going on with you? For first timers, if this is your first time watching the stream or joining us for today's stream, I'm happy to have you here and I welcome you to the stream. If it is the first time you're encountering me, I'm happy to introduce myself as Ehonia Obed from Ghana, trained as a pharmacist, working as a software engineer, and currently studying health informatics. I'm doing my master's in health informatics. And the purpose of this stream, which you are watching now, it's more of a study with me stream where we gather together to keep one another accountable for learning or during learning. We're going to be here for like 6 hours, and during that 6 hours, we have broken the 6 hours into sessions. Each session is made up of 60 minutes of focus time where you spend those 60 minutes focused on your studies or your learning or work, whatever you're doing. You keep focus for 60 minutes, then 15 minutes discussion. So after each 60 minutes of focus work, we break up and have our discussion for 15 minutes, even though sometimes we go beyond the 15 minutes, but according to our schedule, it's 15 minutes discussion. And along the line, when you're doing your 60 minutes, if you have any questions, you are allowed to drop the questions in the chat and we'll discuss them during the next break. So essentially, that is how the session is going to run. And trust me, just any question at all, we are happy to discuss it. We are happy to learn with you, whatever you are learning. Most of us on the stream are software engineering uh, enthusiasts or students or learners or practitioners, whatever category you fall into. And we discuss various topics around software engineering, tech in general. I would say I love tech, I love learning. So anything around that. And I'm happy to also share any information on my personal background with regards to my academic background, say be it pharmacy, health informatics, software engineering, any of them. Yeah. So happy to have you all here, and I hope the introduction was a good one. Let me see the chat. So if this is your first time here, please do well to drop in the chat. Let's welcome you. That's the only way that we can see that you are here and connect with you. So what are you guys saying that I'm seeing a quote in there? Please. Okay. All right. Anyway. so please help us welcome Ima. Ima says his first time here. So, hey, Marilla, I don't know what. Ima, are you joining us from, I'm guessing, from Nigeria? So, whether it's lunch or whatever, Marilla will serve the food for you. So, let us know. Let us know where you are joining us from, so that we know whether to serve you breakfast, lunch, or supper. Okay. Okay, Nigeria. So from Nigeria would be around this time. This should be like 3. Is it 3 or 2? Yeah. So afternoon. Please serve Ima some lunch. He needs lunch to continue. Uh Dean. Hi Dean. Welcome Dean. Which part of the world are you joining us from? Oh, it's 2:14. Great, great, great. So Marilila is going to prepare your lunch for you. Very soon he'll send it your way. Um Dean. Dean, where are you joining us from? So that we know what kind of food to give you today. Okay, so Ima, Marilla says you get your food after the 6 hours. So get ready for the 6 hours run. Alright, Dean is also joining from Nigeria. That's good. So today we have 2 people to serve. I heard Nigerians like what you guys call, I don't really know what you call puff puff, but I hear it a lot. What is puff puff? Like when you go for occasions, first time occasions, they serve puff puff. What is that? Please educate me, Nigerians. Then let's see. Yeah, I was going to respond to Tracy. I was going to respond to Tracy's comments. How did Thursday go? Any progress with the study platform? So I didn't do much on it because Thursday I was preparing for my upcoming class. Couldn't do much on that. But then this week I look forward to doing some work and probably explaining some concepts to you. Okay, so I'll try my best to. I mentioned during Thursday or last week, I mentioned that I spoke with the UI UX designer. He said he was going to help us work on the UI, but that would take place after 20th of September. So what we're going to do now is we're just going to focus on the back end, and I'll introduce you to some of the concepts that we are going to be needing for the back end. Some of the things I would have to learn them. So in the course of learning, I'm going to teach you people like the things I'm learning. We are going to walk through them. So today I'm happy to talk about say authentication, the essence of it, how you think through it when you are doing it, so that as I said, the focus is not for you to get the exact code that I write, but then the focus is for you to appreciate the concept and also understand that this is why we do what we do. Or when you are building something like this, these are some of the things that you think about. Okay, the thought process is very important as a software engineer. So that is one of the things I'll be happy to share with you today during some of our breaks. Okay, let's see. Oh, don't worry, Marilla, today you are appointed to prepare the food. Tomorrow, another person. No worry. Tracy is what, shy of public appearance. That's why I didn't want to put her on the spot. So we'll bring Tracy in later. So you do it. Let her watch you now. She will watch you prepare it for the people. Then the next time she can come and do it. Yeah. Blockchain development and more says, where are you now, bro? Are you in Ghana? No, I'm not in Ghana at the moment. I'm actually in school in Toronto. So that's where I reside now. Yep. Anyway, welcome. Happy to have you all. Blockchain development and more. I wish we had your names. Oh, okay. Thank you. But I wish we had your name. I don't know how I'm going to identify you or address you and blockchain development and more. I know that's probably the name of the channel, but it's good to have your name. Ephraim. Oh, okay. Nice to connect with you, Ephraim. Are you also from Ghana? Because I know people called Ephraim from Ghana. So are you studying masters in pharmacy? LCD Manu. No. So I mentioned that I'm doing MHI, which is Masters in Health Informatics. So I'm not doing a Masters in Pharmacy. I'm doing a Masters in Health Informatics. But essentially, it is the application of technology and the use of data to solve health related problems or healthcare system related problems. So that is what I am studying right now, and happy to connect with you also, Manu. Manu, where are you joining us from? I'm happy to be seeing new faces. Yeah, I haven't even posted a link to Twitter today. That's quite unfortunate. Hang on. If you are here for the first time, introduce yourself. Let me quickly share the link to Twitter to invite those who are interested in joining us today. Hey, x.com. X. Let me send it to X. So invite those who are happy to join us today. Okay. All right. Yeah. So great. I have. I don't know whether to say tweeted because now it's no longer Twitter. So I've sent it on x.com. Hopefully, others who are also interested join us. Hi. Okay. So Jordan. Jordan says, I'm Jordan from Ghana. Oh, interesting. Happy to connect with you, Jordan. Those of you from Ghana, at least I know Ghana very well. So, which part of Ghana are you from? Manu says, I'm from Kenya, and thanks for your response. You're welcome, Manu. Happy to have you on board today. Yes, and I agree with Marilula. The community is growing. Hopefully, we like really grow this community. I mean, what my vision is to have a community of lifelong learners, especially Africans who are empowered to make a lot of impact for the continent, change the trajectory of the continent. And I know, like right now, we are just a couple of people, but very well. If we keep going, I'm pretty sure that that can happen, right? And we are happy to join hands together to help each other succeed. Thank you all for being here. Are you done with ALS? Yes, Ephraim. I finished ALS on 16th of June. Pretty much July, August, September. Wow. Almost 3 months. Yeah, so I'm done with ALS, and but I'm currently working with ALS. So I'm done as a learner, like I completed a program as a learner, but currently working with ALS. Jordan says, yes, I am from the Upper West region. Oh, okay. Upper West region. That's great. I think it's one of the regions in Ghana that I've not been to yet. Like when we use the old region systems, the 10 regions, they were supposed to be okay 10 regions, and I've been to 8 out of 10. So it is Upper West and Volta region that I've never been to, and hopefully I look forward to visiting there probably next year. Let's see. I don't know when next I'm in Ghana. I'm sure to try visit Volta region and Upper West region. Anyway, it's a new week. What are you all learning? Like, what's your plan for the week? For me, this week we actually having official onboarding ceremony in ALS as new staff. Unfortunately, the time doesn't really suit me much because the time they start is like 3 a.m. here, and I had to join them late. So today I joined them and we closed almost at my time 9 a.m. I think that's what got me. I nearly, like, even though I scheduled the session, I missed the time. By the time I realized it was past 9, I had to now start late. So this week, the whole of Monday to Friday, that's what is going to happen for me. Fortunately for me, I don't have lectures this weekend. So I'll be here Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday. Friday as well will be here because I don't have lectures. However, I have two assignments due 27th of September in school, and one of the assignments is for me to take a course, an online course in SAS programming. So I'm going to be trying my best to do that starting from today and get the certificate. It's a certificate that I'm supposed to submit to my professor in order to get the score for the course. So I'm going to try my best to start today. Then the other assignment that I have that is also due 27th, I literally have no idea about it. So I have to start reading as well from today. Hopefully later in the day when I've closed from work, I'll start doing the reading on that. Then the other thing I need to do this week is to continue reading my book. So I've started reading a book titled Learning How to Learn, and I look forward to reading that. Then Deep Work as well. So those are two books that I'm reading right now, and I think there is a third book. So these two books are audiobooks, but the third book, which is like do I say a written book that I'm reading, is on Think Again. I think the title is Think Again, and I'll talk about it. Like, I find some things very interesting in it, and we'll probably discuss it during one of the break sessions if time permits. Yep. Hinnock says, indeed, you're impacting us, doc. I'm happy to be doing that. I mean, that's my biggest life goal, and every single day of my life, as I was taught by John C. Maxwell, the first thing that I think about is how can I add value to others. So it is one of the things that I look forward to doing every single day of my life. So I'm happy to do that. Please, can I get your personal contact? Jordan, I don't mind sharing my personal contact with you, but it only means you can get me through WhatsApp. And I really struggle now to respond to WhatsApp messages. So yes, you can get it, but then to get me will be a bit challenging. However, I feel now our learners are mostly on Discord, so I respond mostly to Discord messages when I have the time. So the best bet would be for you to connect with me on Discord, and either Discord or Twitter. Those are like the places that I'm certain I will eventually respond to almost every message I get there. So yeah, For Discord, you let me share. Those of you who are new here can join our Discord community on techparty.com/discord. Yep. You can join the community here using that link. And when you join that community, look for me. You'll find me. I mean, I've been posting consistently in there, so I'm sure you would easily locate me and send me a DM from there. Otherwise, on any other social media, please, any of you feel free to reach me. But I respond mostly on Twitter, even though sometimes it takes time. On any social media, you can reach me at ewaniaobed.com slash. I don't like the way this thing picked it. ewaniaobed.com slash, then the name of the social media handle. Okay, so if it is Twitter, it's ewaniaobed.com/Twitter. If it is LinkedIn, it's ewaniaobed.com/LinkedIn. Like any one of those ones, just ewaniaobed.com/something. You are likely to find me if I have an account there. Okay, so 30 minutes is almost up. We need to get started with our first session. Are you ready? I wanted to know what you guys are doing this week. You didn't share anything. What are you doing this week? Marila, what are you doing this week? Tracy, what are you doing this week? Enoch, what are you doing? Jordan, what are you doing? Ephraim, and who else did I see? Manu, what are you guys all learning this week? Dean, yes, quickly, let me know what you are doing this week or even today, because tomorrow we'll be here to continue. But what are you doing? You starting Python today? Oh, that's interesting. Oh, okay, cool. Congratulations. Python. Ooh. I think I started a series on Python, but I didn't continue. There are some of the videos that I even recorded I haven't published yet. Sometimes I feel sad about it, but I also wonder if I'll get the time to really work on those videos to publish them. Starting Python today. Who else is starting Python? Let me see if there are a couple of you. So I'm going through the concept page. Tracy. Yeah, doing show. Okay. All the best. How many unpublished videos do you have? Plenty. Like if I show you the number of videos that we have recorded that I'm yet to publish, and even videos that are unlisted, you'll be amazed. Even articles, like if you go to my Hashnode blog, like I have plenty of them that are in draft mode that I'm yet to publish. But then when the spirit directs, then I'll go ahead and publish them. Hi, Oseritin. Welcome. At least today you weren't late like last week, Thursday way. Yeah. Anyway, no, Tracy, don't call it hell. I mean, it's shell. It's not hell. It's shell. It's just simple. It is a very simple thing to do. Simple shell. So just go and do that simple shell. Okay. All right. So let's get ready. Python and JavaScript. Those are two things I look forward to creating more content on. If there is anything, okay, Hinox is JavaScript, so you're doing JavaScript this week. All right. Maybe I should try recording videos. Hey, Obed. Yeah. The funny thing is now I have a friend around who is willing to record the videos. I mean, edit the videos when I record them. So it's just a matter of sitting down and recording them. But I fear I'll break down. So I'm just trying to manage myself and not break down. Because if I break down, I won't be able to achieve what I want. I should release those videos. Eh, I think one video that we have ready, probably I should go ahead and publish that. We have a video I did on, okay, I did an unboxing video. I don't know those of you who have seen this my tablet. I did an unboxing video on this tablet when I got it. I'm here to publish that. I did I've shot two videos. One video talking about, I think, mistakes that beginners on this journey, like people who want to learn tech, make, something like that. And another video, I like more of a motivation video, sort of. Ah, God. Anyway, I'll try my best to publish one video. Say, let me say by tomorrow. I'll try my best to publish one of the videos by tomorrow at least. Let me put that on my schedule so that I hold myself to it to publish at least one of those finished videos. Publish one video by tomorrow. Okay. So please hold me accountable. Ask me tomorrow if I have published the video or not. And if I have not published it, you are supposed to punish me. We're also looking forward to a vlog. Uh, Hey, wait. When you mention vlog, what kind of vlog are you looking for? I mean, this is vlog enough. Like, this is my life. I sit behind the screen like almost every day. And so what kind of vlog are you asking for? I want to see. I want to know. I never want to see that. Oh, please. You people, please. It is simple shell. Allow the it's very simple. It's a very simple project. Simple shell, you know. Anyway, um I mean, you get over it soon. So just keep doing it. Keep doing it. If I really want to go back to C, I may do something about it, but I don't want to go back to C. So hey, all the best to you who are doing it. Day in the live vlog. But how will I do a day in the live vlog when I'm just here behind the camera? Like, I wake up in the morning. I wake up in the morning, brush my teeth, take my bath, then start work. I mean, after my prayers, that kind of thing. I haven't even eaten. Like today, I haven't eaten. I just started. I had to jump on because of the onboarding, and I'm still seated doing this stream, and we're going to be here till like 2. Then when we close, maybe I'll just walk outside, take a walk. So is that what you are referring to anyway? I'll see. I'll see if I can do that. I think maybe I can rant after that and try and put some thoughts together and see. Yep. But then, hey, nobody wants to go back to C. Don't worry, those who want to do systems engineering and operating systems and stuff, they will go back to it. Some of us, we are not interested in those ones for now. For now, we are not interested in those ones, so we can stay away from it. But when the time comes, we'll go back to it. All right, please. Time is up. Time is up. Let's get ready. Your books, your laptops, your whatever you need to study with today, please get them. Oh, I already know what to share on the blog. I've just never thought about myself as a vlog type of person. Even though, see, the funny thing is, I do those things, but then they remain on my phone. They don't go anywhere else. When I walk outside and I'm recording myself. For instance, when we went to Niagara Falls, I told you guys I was going to share some of the pictures. Unfortunately, I haven't done that. They are still on my phone. Like, I recorded all throughout, even when we were deep inside the waterfalls that were all wet. I was still holding my phone outside and recording. And one thing that scared me was whether my phone is water resistant or not. And I was scared, but still, it was out there recording everything that was going on. So I do them, but I don't publish them. Sometimes it's just because I don't want, like, I want the channel to be of value. So I ask myself if this content you are creating is actually adding value to someone or not, and not just publish content for publishing content's sake. So if only the audience agrees that, oh yeah, there is value in this, we want to see it, then I'm happy to share it. But otherwise, I always want to focus on what I think will give the audience more value. Except that sometimes you really don't know until the audience tells you that, yeah, this thing will give us more value. So, okay. Ooh. Hi, Molomi. Tem- Marilla, I hope you are not laughing at me. Yeah, welcome. Since I'm gonna go through your playlist, so grateful I found you now rather than later. Yeah, you're welcome. You're welcome. Oh, I didn't see Mary. I didn't see your chat earlier. Says you're also on show. Oh, I see. All the best, Mary, and welcome to joining the team. So let me bring out our timer. Let's start today's session. So please, once again, if you have any question in the course of your studies, drop it here so that we can discuss that during the break. During the next break. So we are going for 60 minutes. I hope everybody is ready. All the best, everyone. And let's have our next discussion in the next 60 minutes. Thank you. Marilla, I won't mind you. It says I should try pronouncing names from the south. Okay, so you can do me the honors by sending me a list. Every single day you give me a list and I'll try. All right, all the best, guys. See you in 60 minutes. Let's have our next discussion. Bye bye. Hey, why am I saying bye bye? All the best. Hello. Hi. Hello. Hello. Break time, please. Ooh. Hi, everyone. So, yep, it's break time. Let's have a discussion. First discussion of the week. Hi, Nancy. Welcome, Nancy. She says, hi, Obed. So, we started C. However, I still have some things I don't understand with shell. Okay. And variables would compile them and ask tomorrow. All right, we are happy to go into that tomorrow. So tomorrow when you are joining the stream, bring on your questions and all the best in C programming. How is it going, everyone? Uh, so I think yep. How is it going? Let me hear from you. I'm trying to pull out something. Let's see what we can do. My voice is low. Okay. I hope it's better now. You can hear me. At this moment, I can hear myself shouting. Tracy, I hope you can hear me. Jenna, pull it up. Ooh, okay. Just hide the timer for a while and share my screen. I think that's going to be a bit difficult for me. Hmm. Okay. Says going into Python, I'm closely appreciating the amount of abstraction. Yeah, but it takes getting used to it. I think because you're probably coming from C, that's why it feels like that. But with time, it becomes normal. You don't even think about the fact that a lot of these things have been abstracted for you. Um, anyway, let me share my screen. Let's have a quick discussion on. Do I put my camera on? Okay, good. All right. It's been a while since I pulled up something like this to teach. Yeah, so I'm excited. Okay, so we mentioned that we're going to discuss some of the things that we need to be doing for our project, and as I mentioned, the focus is not for you to understand like every line of code, because depending on your level, the code may not make sense to you, right? But then the concepts can, I mean, you can grasp the concepts and keep it in mind so that the next time you meet it somewhere, it doesn't seem totally new. And I'm not going to be doing very technical things that are difficult for absolute beginners to understand. Right? This is just me trying to explain some of the things that we need to do. So obviously, for us to build a system like what we intend to build, so building a community platform, for us to be able to build a system like that, one of the few things that we need to be thinking about is user registration and sign up. Why is my, oh no, is my tablet not connected? Guys, give me a couple of seconds. Let me check why my tablet is not working. Okay. Yeah. Now it is working. Okay, good. So one of the key things that you need to build almost any time that you're building any platform, web application, is user registration. So that would be a very key part, user registration. Okay. And login as well. And login. So mostly you refer to this whole thing as no, not. I mean, it may not necessarily imply that, but then let's capture it as such. It's authentication. So user authentication. That's we need the users to be able to authenticate in order to have access to use a platform. Like, are you a recognized user of this platform or not? If you are not a recognized user, then we are not going to allow you access into the platform. If you are a recognized user, then we'll allow you access into the platform. I hope you can all hear me. And yeah, so that's one of the key things that you need to do. Obviously, the front end guys would work on a form that you would fill. For instance, when you are registering, a form that you fill to. Okay, great. Happy to hear that you are all following. Coming. The front end guys will have a form that you're going to provide your details of. So, I mean, it's front end, depending on who is doing it or creating it. They can be as creative as possible, but essentially, it's just a form embedded somewhere where you input all the relevant information that will be needed. So, if you are building the app, you need to decide what information is required from this particular user or from anyone when they are signing up onto your platform. Then that form will have it. Sometimes too, I mean, depending on the platform that you are building, some of the thought processes or things you think about when you are creating these things. One is the user incentivized to create an account? Like, is there a good motivation for the user to create an account? If the user doesn't create an account, are they going to lose something or not? For platforms where users are not necessarily incentivized to create an account, you don't want to make the registration laborious or demanding. Like, if I have alternatives, if this is, I'm just doing it, I'm not compelled to do it. Like, I can choose not to even sign up in the first place. I don't want to come and waste my time filling like 5 pages of forms in order to sign up. Okay, so these are some of the things you think about. This platform that you are creating, mostly you are looking at what we refer to as user experience. What's the user experience like? Like, how easy is it for users to sign up to the platform or not? If you make it easy for them to sign up, then even when we don't have external motivation, they can just go ahead and fill it. Maybe for me to sign up, all you need is, say, my email and my password. If that is all you need, then I can easily sign up. But assuming a registration where I need to provide my email, my password, my passport, my national ID card, my bank account details, like, I need all of these information. Man, I'll start asking myself questions before I sign up to that platform. And it is only when I truly, truly need it that I feel that without it, or I don't have an alternative that will be easier, then I'll be forced to sign up for that. So you always want to think about the user experience, but mostly this is, I mean, the whole team should be able to think through this, but the user experience is usually delivered by the front end people, but then this decision will also inform how you, the back end developer, will implement the code. Okay, so for us, assuming somebody just hopped onto the stream and finds out that, oh, this is an interesting community that I want to join, and finds out we have a community platform they can sign up to, what details are you requesting from them? If we begin to ask people to provide their, say, your date of birth, your country of origin, your passport number, your school certificate, like you begin to ask all of those things, and somebody say, hey, these people are not serious. Why am I providing all of this information just to become a member of the community? So this is some of the things we think through when we are crafting a platform or deliberating on what to have for a platform or not. The user experience is very important. Keep that in mind. Anytime you are building any platform, that's what we abbreviate as UX. Okay, so the interface, the design itself is known as UI, but the experience that the user will get from interacting with the interface is known as UX. So you always have to consider that. Okay, user experience. So for us, let's say we're just going to take email password. Obviously, that's essential. And maybe they should be able to create a username. What do you guys think? So the other thing about usernames, let me just write it down and explain some of the things we can do. One thing about username, you can ask the user to choose their own username, or you go ahead and create a username for them and still make it available for them to edit. So we can decide that when you are registering, we'll let you enter your email, your password, your full name, which I think sometimes is important, especially when we want to be able to identify everyone. Your full name, your email, your password, then username. So we can decide that your full name that you are going to give us, we're going to put that full name together and make that your username. However, when you have created an account, we'll have the option that you can edit your username. That's possible, and that's one of the ways that we can consider. When you look at some other platforms, apart from usernames, so usernames are usually used when signing in. So instead of using your email to sign in, you can equally sign in with your username and your password. But then other platforms also incorporate what we call display names. Display names. And display names are essentially the name that I choose to display publicly. So for instance, if we want to showcase like community members who are online or who are participating in this stream, let's say today all of you are on the stream, we want to show it on the screen. We can choose that we are not showing like this person's full name. Maybe they are not comfortable sharing their full name publicly, so you allow them to have a display name. The other reason is that some people are known with a specific name which is not their full name, like it's not their regular name. What would, like a nickname, like they are known by a nickname. That's what they are popularly known as. Okay, so if they use their full name, maybe others will not be able to identify them, so they will rather prefer to input their display name. So that is also one of the things that you may consider when building a platform like this. Okay, so we have to think through it and settle on what we want. Marilla says, what about the concept of letting the user enter as little info as possible upon registration and then let them set it up? Exactly. So that's one of the points that I'm making. So you can have all of these things as part of your profile, but then when the person is registering, you require them to enter as little as possible. So For instance, if you really need to have the person's passport number, school certificate, like all those details that would push people off if they were supposed to submit it initially, you can do it such that when you sign up, we'll have, say, a status, a verification status, where your account is either verified or not verified, or we can use any terminology for that status, and we'll check if you have created the account but you are yet to add a specific information, say your credit card details or your bank account details or your identity details like your national ID card, all those things, then we can keep you as an unverified user. And as soon as you go ahead and input all of those things, we verify you. I mean, verification can be in several forms. Some others can consider it in terms of you giving approval in respect to your email or anything like that. But this is just, I mean, we can't cover every scenario possible. I'm just giving you possible scenarios that you may have to think through when you are building a platform. Okay, so that's some of the things we think about. So in the first place, you just want a person to go ahead, hey, your full name, your email, your password. I think we are good. We don't need any other thing else. Okay. Or your full name, your email, your password, and username. That's all that we need. Then we move on. But when we are done, we'll have a user profile where you can provide all of those stuff. You can provide your Twitter handle, all of these other things afterwards. If I give them to you before, some people will not even bother filling it up. Like they don't have that time to do it. Okay. So let's just focus. Let's presume for hours we're going to focus on just these three to start with. Anyone who wants to register on our platform, all they need is an email address, full name, and password. Then when we are done, maybe in their profile, we can request for their contact number, their social media handles, and any other thing that you would all suggest. We can have those ones. Okay. So now we know we need these three things during registration. During login, we'll just need the email address and the password for login purposes. So for registration, we are collecting three things. For login, we are collecting two things. I hope that makes sense. So we're now going to, just as I mentioned earlier, we're going to focus only on the back end for the time being until we get our front end, our UI UX guy come on board and assist with designing an interface. Then we'll code that interface if possible. We're just going to focus on the back end for now. And I've already mentioned we are using, like, for the whole application, we could say that we are using the main stack. Okay. So for those of you who are new to this, the main stack simply means MongoDB for the M, Express.js for the E, React.js for the R. But then we are going to use a framework of React to make things easy. Oh, why did I write Node? It's called Nest.js. That's the framework we're going to be using. And finally, N is for Node.js. Okay. So sometimes I hear people, they ask you, well, I mean, what role are you? You say, I'm a back-end developer. Which programming language? And they say Node.js. And like technically that is wrong. So please let me just point this out for all of us. Node.js by itself is not a programming language. Okay. So please don't find yourself saying that I'm a backend developer, I develop in Node.js. Nope, that is wrong. I mean, if say you're using Django, you can say that Django, everybody understands that Django is a framework of Python, okay? Or you're a Python developer, but you use Django. Everybody will appreciate that. You can't say Node.js because it is not a framework, okay? Node.js is not one a framework. It is not a programming language. It is also not a library. So please don't confuse that. You can't say you are like React.js. I can say, oh, I'm a React developer because React is a what is it called? A library. Okay. But then Node.js is not any of them. Thank you very much. It is a runtime environment. So exactly. So the way to appreciate Node.js is this: that the way we have browsers prior to having Node.js, which is quite recent. If you look at the history of programming languages, Node.js is quite recent. The browser was the only thing that could execute JavaScript code. So you could never execute JavaScript code outside the browser. So the browser is like that runtime environment for JavaScript. Like, it is where you can execute your JavaScript code. If you want to execute JavaScript, it always has to be the browser. Then Node.js was developed as a runtime environment for JavaScript. And what it allows us to do is that now we can write JavaScript code outside of the browser. So I don't need a browser in order to write my JavaScript code again. Or it allows me access to things that originally you couldn't access with the browser. For instance, when you're working with the browser does not directly interact with the operating system of the computer you are working on. So your JavaScript code cannot have access to the file system of your operating system. Does that make sense? I hope it does. I know some of these things may be a lot of things, and you may be wondering why I'm saying these things, but hey, please open up your mind. This is not something that you need to be a JavaScript expert to understand. Okay, it's just things that exist that you need to be aware of. Once you're becoming a software engineer, you should be able to engage in those conversations. So as and when we are talking about these things, don't say me, I don't know JavaScript, so I can't talk about them. These are basic knowledge that almost everyone out there can have. Okay, so Node.js now allows us to interact directly with our operating system and things like files. So we can now use JavaScript to get access to even our files and various other things inside the computer itself. Okay, and outside the browser. That's what Node.js is. So it's just okay. Now I can use JavaScript to do things that previously I couldn't do, because previously it was just in a browser. Now I can do things outside the browser with JavaScript. That is why now we can use JavaScript for back-end development. So without Node.js, we couldn't use JavaScript to do back-end development. Because we now have Node.js, we can use JavaScript to do back-end development. So I'm a back-end developer. I code in JavaScript using Node.js. And even when you say you're a back-end JavaScript developer, everybody will appreciate that you use Node.js, because that's where you can actually have the runtime for that JavaScript that you're writing. Okay, cool. Then Express.js, as we have here, let me bring it down. So Express.js that we have chosen to go with is essentially just a framework. It is a JavaScript framework built on top of Node.js. JavaScript framework built on top of Node.js. Okay, and if you know anything about Django, Flask, those are Python frameworks. Okay, a framework is just like a collection of scripts, libraries that allows you to easily implement something, okay? But they have like their rules that you need to follow. If you want to do this with this framework, you have to do it this way. If you want to do this, you do it this way. But then they have abstracted a lot of the things. They've written a lot of the code for you, okay? So there are times that you want to build. In fact, we can build whatever we want to build without using a framework. We would have to code every aspect of it from scratch. But that's a lot of work. In fact, when I started learning PHP, I thought about building my own framework. So I was watching tutorials to help me build my own framework. And that's where I got the idea of frameworks and how they are built. Okay. But essentially what's happening is that a lot of people they've written a lot of the code for you so that you just carry that code and leverage on it instead of now bringing together all the bases. You have the basis already and you build on top of it. So what we are just doing is what we are working on is known as a web framework. So this is a framework that allows us to build web apps. Okay, so you say Express.js is a web framework. It allows us to build web apps. When you take, for instance, here when I talked about React.js, I said Next.js. Next.js is a framework built on top of React.js. So the concept that is available in React.js library has been used, and they've written some other code on top of that to form Next.js, which we are going to use to build you can use that to build a full stack application. Okay. The last bit is MongoDB. MongoDB is a database. We'll call them the NoSQL databases. NoSQL databases. That is more of non-relational databases. So most of the databases that you usually talk about, like SQLite, MySQL, Microsoft, like all of those ones, Oracle, most of the ones, the databases that you hear about are relational databases. Okay, so you get introduced to those ones. I'm sure in any program you are learning databases, they are certainly going to introduce you to that. Then you come to the other part, which is NoSQL, and this we are going to be working with MongoDB. The thing is that before you build any platform, you really have to think through it, how the data is going to be. Do you need a structured data? Do you really have like a schema for the data, or you don't have a specific structure for that data? To how the transactions are going to be, like how often are you going to be sending data to the database, collecting data? When you're collecting data from the database, in what form do you want it? Do you want some links across the information? Like all of those things, you have to consider them in order to decide on which database will be best to serve your use case. Okay, in our own case right now, I'm just going with MongoDB for studies purposes, like just for you to be able to know about it and for me also to learn about it. That's the reason why. I mean, I've used it in a couple of projects now and I want to solidify my knowledge in it. So that's the reason why I'm going with MongoDB. The other reason is that MongoDB provides us an online version that is free to an extent that we can use, called MongoDB Atlas. It's a cloud hosted MongoDB and you don't need to struggle. Installation of MongoDB itself can be a pain in the ass sometimes. So when you get to work with MongoDB Atlas, why hasn't the bell gone for? Oh, I turned it off because I was waiting for it to go off to say, oh, break is over, we'll go and come and continue. It never came back. Okay, so break is over. We should be running up our first discussion. Then because Atlas is easily accessible, we are going to use that, and that means that as soon as we create the app, like it's available, the database is available. If you log in from anywhere, you will get access to the database. So in the next few discussions and also code that I'm going to write, I'm going to focus on creating the registration for you all to be able to register. But then, in order for you all to have access to it, it means we'll need the code base to be hosted somewhere. Okay? Because right now, the code I'm writing is on my computer. When I execute it, it's only myself and my computer that has access to it. Okay, you cannot have access to it until it is hosted on a remote computer, or until I give you access to my computer. If I set up my computer as a web server to be able to serve out the web pages to you when you request for it. Like these terminologies, I'm using them, I'm actually picking them rightly and pointing them out so that the next time you begin to learn these things, they are not news to you. Like you've heard about them before and they begin to make so much sense. Okay, why is my YouTube video categorized under entertainment? YouTube, what is wrong? Anyway, I have to go and edit that. I don't know why they put this thing under. Oh, okay. So by default, I think my channel just pushes it to entertainment. Interesting. All right. So we're going to do some bit of hosting. For now, I would want, one of the easiest way to spin up a virtual machine and host it in the virtual machine. So I'm going to be using AWS and maybe show you around how we set up a virtual machine on AWS and something like that, right? The other thing is that, and this is just me rounding up this break session. The other thing is that when we set up the AWS, okay, but I'm coding locally and pushing my code to GitHub, I'd want to be able to do something such that anytime I push code to GitHub, it should automatically update the code on AWS. So we are going to use a specific AWS service for their virtual machines. It is called an EC2. You don't need to know these things. Just know that they exist. There is something called AWS EC2, Elastic Cloud Compute. Okay, so C2, there are two of the C's, Cloud Compute. That's why it's called EC2. And that is more like, say, a virtual machine in AWS. That's how they call this. A virtual machine in AWS is called EC2. Okay, and we're going to be pushing our code. So our code is going to come from my computer where I write it. Then I'll push that to GitHub. But then ideally you'd have to move the code from GitHub to the EC2 server that we are going to launch, or the instance of the EC2 that we are going to launch. But one interesting thing is that you can set up what we call, please, these are terminologies that you just need to hear about them and know that, oh, there are these things that exist. Later in life, in your career, you would appreciate all of them. So don't worry so much about them. We're going to set up something that will automatically push our code from GitHub to update this one. Okay? And we call that a CI/CD pipeline. And the interesting thing is that when you are working, maybe in a remote company, a big tech company, all of these things are probably done by different people. You are not going to be the only one doing all of this. So you may be an expert in just writing a code and pushing to GitHub. That's all. Someone else is the CI/CD, like the DevOps guy. So this part is usually done by the people that we call DevOps. So if you say you want to learn DevOps or you want to become a DevOps engineer, this is where you are usually going to find yourself. And in ALS SC, for instance, you are introduced to DevOps. Like when, I think Sprint 3, you'll be doing a lot of DevOps, okay? So what we're going to do is we're going to set up a simple CI/CD pipeline such that the code that we push to GitHub will directly be pushed to AWS EC2. And it's going to be done with what we call GitHub Actions. So GitHub has what they call GitHub Actions. You probably might have seen it on your GitHub account, but this is what it does. It will help us to set some rules such that when those rules are met, our code will directly be pushed to EC2. I hope you're excited about this. So this is like the overview of what we're going to be doing. In the next bit, we're going to look at how we're going to create our registration in the back end. Remember, we're just focusing on the back end for now. So how are we going to create the registration, what is required, and how do we do it? And we are all going to test it after we set it up. Every one of you to sign up. The ideal thing is I wish I even had all of you, especially those who are regular participants in the community, have all your emails. So hopefully we set up the registration, launch it online, and grant you access to be able to create an account in there. Once we do that registration part, then we can now look at how do we allow people to log in. Okay, so yeah, let me respond to say, do we have any other popular Node.js server frameworks like Express? I think there should be, but then I haven't bothered to look at any at all since I discovered Express, but there should be. And apart from frameworks, so you could actually work without the framework as well, as I mentioned. Like recently I learned how you can use Node.js itself to create the server without leveraging Express. It's not so difficult, but then you know that Express abstract a lot of the things for us. So sure, we can equally do that. Maybe we can look around. We can do a quick Google search to find other Node.js web frameworks. Let me pull out my knowledge. Knowledge is good. So let's see what is available. Say Node.js. First of all, let me go to Google. Then Node.js web frameworks. Okay. So 12 best Node.js frameworks for app development. Let's see what they say here. Okay, there is Express.js. That's what we all know about and we've been talking about now. There is Core.js. I think I've seen it somewhere before, but never paid attention to it. There is Meteo. Socket.io. Socket.io is, do they really call it? Okay, I didn't even know that it's a framework because we get to use it together with our Express.js to build real-time communication apps. Like you want to build something like Zoom or WhatsApp, like all those ones, you need Socket.io. It's something that I wish to really, like, I've read about, I've watched tutorials on them, but I've never implemented before. So I look forward to being able to implement something like that. So maybe we can along the line pick it up and say, hey, we want to introduce live chat into our platform, and therefore we are going to use Socket.io to do something like that. I look forward to it. Nest.js. So this is different from what I talked about, which is X here. Please, let's pay attention. This S is different from what I talked about. What I talked about is a framework built on top of React.js, but this is Nest built on top of Node.js. I really didn't know this. I know that there is Nust as well, but then hey, sales dot no, like man, there are so many things. Total JS, interesting. Happy JS, Feather JS, yeah. But the most important thing is for you to understand like the basis, right? If you know JavaScript, it's easy for you to say, okay, I'm learning Node.js, like how to use JavaScript in this Node environment. Then, if you now understand Node and how it works, it's very easy for you to pick up any of these frameworks. So we just go to the frameworks documentation and we pay attention to how to use it and we'll be able to use it. So for me, For now, we'll focus on just our Express.js, and maybe along the line we'll pick up Sockets IO to help us build real-time live applications, or maybe live chat into our app. Yeah, since there is so much to learn. There really is. See, I never knew it was a server. Oh, yeah. So just as I said, Nest.js is different from Nest.js. Nest.js is different from Nest.js. So we have to be extra cautious about that. What we saw earlier was Nest.js. Then what we just saw is Nest.js. So this one is the Node.js one, and this is the React.js one. And I said there is even Nust.js. So please don't be confused. We are lifelong learners. I like that one. That's exactly what we want to be doing, and that's why we have this stream. Let me save this document so that we can continue our discussions with it. Call it for now SWM discussions. Okay, save this. Say never done JavaScript, so this is going over my head. Relax, don't worry yourself. Okay, so the interesting thing is that as you begin to hear these things, when you get to them, they now make sense. Like, this is not the first time you are hearing about it. Hey, why is my how is it called, my please, I hope nothing is wrong. Like, my webcam is not capturing me. What is wrong? They need freeze or what? Webcam, what is wrong with you? Let me turn it off and turn it on again and see. It's still not capturing me. So I'm guessing my webcam is frozen. Okay, so we're back to ourselves. I hope you are just learning something new from today's stream. And as I keep saying, the goal is not for you to fully understand everything. Like, I try my best to break it down, but I know that if you've not been introduced to them before, they may be totally new. So you're allowed to not kill yourself to understand them, right? What will happen is that the time when you are ready to learn these things, they begin to make so much sense. And some of these things are applicable to other programming languages. So especially what I talked about today, like frameworks and all of that, it's not just a JavaScript thing. Okay, I just went ahead to mention some of the JavaScript frameworks that we are going to be using. But a framework is a framework, a library is a library. Every programming language has libraries. In fact, you are doing C, you talked about static libraries and dynamic libraries. You've already learned about libraries in C. Okay, when you come to other programming languages, you learn about libraries as well. You learn about models, you learn about frameworks. So all of these things exist, and you just need to know them, that they exist, so that the moment they begin talking about them, it's so easy for you to appreciate. Okay. Okay, so yeah, happy to have you all share your email. In fact, I was thinking about creating like a Google form for all the newcomers. I mean, anyone who joins the community, to just sign up and have their emails there. But I feel that it's going to be double work. That's why I've not requested for it. Hey, let's go on and build our registration form. I mean, hey, see me. I'm thinking about building the registration, but then the focus is on the back end. Yeah, but we can try that. I mean, it's still going to work. I'll just teach you a tool that you can use to access the back end and do the registration testing. So that would probably give you an idea of how we work with APIs. Yeah, I like that. I like the way I'm thinking right now. So instead of waiting to build like the front end form for you to sign in, no, you want to be able to play with the API itself using any of the API testing tools out there. Yeah. But anyway, I'm happy to get connected to every one of you. You can equally share your email on Discord so that I'll keep in touch with every one of you. All right. So I think we are good to go back to our next session. Please focus on what you're learning. We'll come back and have further discussion during the next break. And if you have any questions, do not hesitate to drop your questions in the chat for the next round of discussion. Okay. I hope you're ready. You ready to go back to studies? All right. So let's go. Let me turn on the music. Oh, our timer is off. Turn the timer on. Turn the music on. Hi. Hi. Break time, please. Where are you all hiding? Hello. Break time, please. How is everyone? Where is everyone? Okay. Hi, Enoch. How is JavaScript going? Learning of JavaScript, how is it going? Mm, how is it going? Mm-hmm. Let's see. Where is it? Oh, JavaScript is confusing. Well, what in JavaScript are you learning that is confusing? Let me see if I can help. What in JavaScript are you learning? Oh, difference between var and const. Okay. Let me see if I can share my screen and do some ala ala. I, the I think what you should take from it, if not for exam's sake, which I don't think you are going to be doing, you are not doing exams, right? So the takeaway for you is simple. Use let, don't use var. Use let or const. Those are the current ones, and you hardly find anyone use var nowadays. But anyway, let me share my screen and see what I can do. Share my screen share. Okay, let's add a new page. So um oh, nope, no way. All right, we have three items when you want to declare a variable in JavaScript. So when you want to declare a variable in JavaScript, you are either using let, const, or var. Okay, but for practical use cases, desist from using this. We have what we call scopes or scoping as a concept that you need to know to be able to appreciate the difference between let and var. Then also there's a term known as hoisting that you need to appreciate, and that will separate, will differentiate what let and var are, the differences between them. So if you understand these two terminologies, you shouldn't have any issues with these three. But just as I'm saying, stick to using these two and not this. If you find any code where they are using this, it's legacy code that has been written long ago. And in simple terms, you use const when you know that the data is a constant, it's not going to change. I'm not looking at changing this, right? So if let's say I'm writing my code and I want to create a variable for your birthday, to store a variable that is storing your birthday, it is not good for me to use either let or var, but then const, because your birthday doesn't change. Okay, and this will be determined in the code you're writing. So whatever code you're writing, if there is something that you feel is not supposed to change in the course of the code, or is unlikely to change in the course of the program that you're writing, then call it as const. So for instance, if I have a secret key and it's called this, I have to use const to declare it. It's as simple as that. So if you say my birthday is equal to say 1900, then maybe the month 1 2, then the day 1 2, something like this. This tells us that we are declaring a variable called birthday, and this variable, the value cannot be reassigned. So if I come here and I do birthday is equal to, then I assign a different value, say 19021212. This is not going to work. It's going to throw errors because we've already declared an assigned variable here as a constant. Because we said it is a constant, we can't reassign the value, so it's going to throw errors for us. However, if it was let that we used, this is going to work because that was just a variable. It was just a container that contains this value, and we can now reassign any value at all to it. I hope that makes sense. So essentially, that's the difference between const and the other two. Const is for the data that is not supposed to change anytime soon. Okay. Then when we come to any data, the data that can change anytime, we can use let and var. Any of these can work. But once again, this is from using this. So let's understand why. When previously, before I think before year 6 or year 7, each of them, whichever one it is, that's prior to 2015 or so, all we had to declare a variable was var. So in JavaScript, the previous versions of JavaScript, anytime you needed to declare a variable, you use the keyword var. Okay. Those of you, when you are moving from Python to JavaScript, this kind of doesn't make sense. But if you move from a language like, which in C, how do you declare a variable? Do I even remember? C. How do you declare a variable in C? Guys, help me. Help me remember. In C, void. Yeah, in C, you used to tell us the data type before you declare the name of the variable, right? So integer x is equal to something like that. I hope I'm right. Yeah, the data type. Great. Exactly. So if you are moving from C to JavaScript, this wouldn't be so much out of place. But in Python, you just go ahead and mention the data, the name of the variable, and you go ahead and assign it. Okay. But in JavaScript, prior to I think 2015, all we had was var. So anytime you wanted to declare a variable, you needed to call it this way. I think in PHP, for instance, you have to use the symbol, this symbol, right? You have to use that. I've forgotten, but I remember something like that. So every programming language and how you declare variables. JavaScript had var, and you now go ahead and give the name of the variable. So name of the variable here. Okay, then you assign it to something. But then anytime you declare this variable that you've declared is accessible all throughout the program. So we call that a global scope. It's accessible all throughout the program. So that is a global scope. Okay. Hold on, I'm struggling to read the comments. Marilla says this time made me run away from PHP. Interesting. Yeah. So but then when I was learning it, I mean that was the only backend language I knew, so I didn't have a choice. But when you understand all of these nuances and the fact that each programming language has a certain way, a peculiar way of writing something or representing something, then when you are switching to that language, you just look out for, okay, this particular language, how is this thing done? How is this done in this language? Then you look for that. Okay, so I think it's not really a big deal like that. All right. So we talk about global scope. It's available when you say global in the whole script that you have written. You can access that variable anywhere at all. But then there is a concept of blocks in coding, like a function. When you declare a function, okay, let's use JavaScript for instance. You declare a function by calling function, then the name of the function, then your parenthesis, and you have the curly braces. So this curly braces represent a block of code, okay, and they have their own scope. So from this is like the beginning to the end of another scope. So let's assume that you are writing a code, okay, and you have stated something here, you've written some code here, then you come and you write a function here, okay, then you continue here. What is happening is that when you look at the whole thing, that's the global scope, everything, okay, if I declare a variable here and use the keyword var, this variable can be accessed anywhere throughout this program. Okay, in fact, when you declare anything at the top, mostly once you've declared it at the top, you've given it a global scope, so we can access it anywhere. However, if I come in here, where is my mouse? If I come inside this scope, so this is a local scope between these two brackets. In fact, you can take it that in JavaScript, anytime you have like brackets, the curly braces, they form a scope, a local scope. So assuming that even after here I had a while loop, that is also embodied by this. This is also another scope, okay, and in here we have another scope. So in all, we have the global scope, so GS. Here we have local scope 1, here we have local scope 2. If I use let to declare a variable here, so let's say age is equal to 5. This age variable I've declared, because I use let, is only accessible within local scope 1. If I come outside this curly braces and I try to access age, it doesn't exist. It doesn't know, this program doesn't know this age. Age is only available inside this scope. I hope that makes sense. That is if you use let. If I had used var over here, it would have been adjusted to the global scope. So I'll still have access to age. I hope that makes sense. So that's the peculiar difference, understanding scope. If I come here and I use var here and I say var maybe x is equal to 4, I can access x outside of this scope. But if I use let, I can't access it. So that is scope. The other thing is hoisting. With hoisting, when you use var enables us to do hoisting. And hoisting is that you can actually use a variable even before it is, I mean, the time is up. I need to run up. Oh my. I need to wrap up on this. Anyway, so question is this: in JavaScript, when you are using var, you can actually use a variable even before you declare it, which doesn't like kind of make sense. So assuming that here, like here that I'm using x is equal to 4, I use it down here, but I could have accessed x here and it will not throw error when I call s here, even though when you are reading from the top to the bottom, I am, by the time I'm using x here, I've not declared what s is. Okay, but JavaScript will understand because you are using var to declare s. So as soon as you call var, you use var to declare a variable, it is pushed to the top, so it becomes global. That variable becomes global, and the concept is known as hoisting. Like the concept hoisting is when I can use a variable even before I declare it. Okay, so that's the difference between let, const, and var. But once again, this is from using var. Stick to let and const in JavaScript, and you'll be good. I hope that makes sense and it clarifies it for you. Okay, let me go back to my stuff. All right, let's see what. Okay, great. I had never seen such a thing. Marilla, please allow the PHP developers to. Oh, let me allow the PHP developers to think about their their signs, please, their dollar sign. No, but it was quite interesting because that time that was the only language I knew. So dollar this, dollar that, dollar this, dollar that, then oh my. Anyway, uh, I think it's almost similar to defining macros in C. Yep, kind of. But then macros do not. Do they have scope? I don't think they have scopes. Oh, okay. The constant variables. Yeah, I agree with that. So constant variables is like macros. I think I don't know, is it in PHP that I learned that? I think there's a concept known as static variables also, and I think it's similar to constants, like const in JavaScript. But I don't remember where I learned static. I think probably in PHP. I learned static variables. Anyway, yeah. So that's pretty cool, I guess, and hopefully that has been clarified. And this is the more reason why I feel I'm supposed to be recording the series, JavaScript series, and also Python series, but here I am. I need, please give me motivation to come and record them. Give me motivation. eh? Give me motivation, then I'll know that I have to come and record them. Static variables also in C. It's as if I've never learned C before. Like the way I'm forgetting the things. Anyway, uh, so most of the times when people reach out and they are complaining, why must we even learn C if you are not going to use it? Like the most important thing is that knowledge is not wasted. Because I've learned this thing before in this particular programming language, when I switch to another programming language, it becomes easier for me to appreciate that programming language. So yeah, I think it's there in almost all languages. Okay, yeah, I also agree. They capitalize its name exactly. Yeah, something like that. Anyway, at least for now, what we usually concern ourselves with is what we need to get the work done. In ALS SC, for the JavaScript project, you'll be told not to use var, and the reason is what I've explained. So if you don't know why, that's the reason. You don't need to use var for this reason. So this is from it anytime you are writing code. I don't remember seeing anyone write code recently where they wrote var before it. So it's either let or const. Okay, I hope we are good. So we can go for another round. Then we'll come back to do our discussion. I know I have to record them, but I want the motivation. Is it too much to ask for? Like the way people reach out and they ask me for motivation to help them steady. Oh God, you have to steady, but you want motivation to steady anyway. Yeah, not like motivation like that. But then I'm just saying it for the fun of it, because sometimes I don't want. You see, when I'm doing a live session, you guys can pardon me when I make mistake. You are very much aware that I'm supposed to learn. We are all learning, blah blah blah. But when you're recording, like you're doing a pre-recorded video, it's totally different. Like you have to be on top of your game. So that means for every video you have to really prepare in order to deliver like your best, and also make as little mistakes as possible, because if you have pre-recorded video where you are making mistake and you are even teaching people how to solve their mistakes, they don't like it. Like YouTube, people will click away, like this guy doesn't even know what he's doing and he's here wasting my time. So you have to be like on point when you're pre-recording videos. And I think probably that's why I like live sessions more than doing pre-recorded videos, so that I I'm carefree about it. If I make the mistake, I make it, we solve it together. I learn a thing or two whilst teaching and all of that. And I keep saying that I'm not an expert in anything. I'm just a student of everything. So when I come out here to teach, I come out here to teach things that I'm learning, how I understand it, and maybe from a beginner's perspective, how you should also appreciate it. Yeah. Anyway, have a lot. If I think about the number of things that I need to do videos on, it's so much. By the way, since I said I was going to publish a video tomorrow, I already uploaded one video in the course of our focus session. I uploaded a video, the unboxing video. So at least I have a video that probably, hopefully, publish that tomorrow for you all to see, when I was unboxing this Surface Pro. Yeah. Anyway, if there are no more questions, let's go for a final session before we come back to deliberate on our platform. I hope you're ready to go for another session. Yep. Yep. So it's another break. Where is everyone? All right. Marilla, how is it going? Mm. How is it going? Oh, I see. Ooh, interesting. That's cool. Oh. Yep. So I guess we can go back to our uh, discussion. 60 minutes already gone. Yeah. So everybody's asleep. Why would they be sleeping at this time on a Monday? What is going on? Oh, sorry about that. I'm sorry. Um, yep. So I guess we probably go back to our planning and see what we can do. Yeah, 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 yeah. Share the screen. Share my screen. Okay. Share my screen. Let's see. All right. Ooh, I think my the camera is inverted. I have to pay attention to it. You guys see this as well? My right hand. This is supposed to be my left hand, and this is my right hand. I think you see it otherwise. Or is it normal? I'm just wondering. Okay. Anyway, let's get back. So first things first. Oh, I see it's inverted. I have to see if there's a way to get it to the normal one before people say or think that I have what I don't have. I wish I knew how to write with my left hand, but I don't. So this is my right. Anyway, yeah. Um so we're talking about creating a registration, and we're going to do that in I eat with my left hand. Yeah, but if I'm lefty, then I should be able to, but I'm not. So yeah, I don't eat with my left hand. Exactly. Oh really? No, 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 no. So the camera is actually inverted because this is my right hand. Anyway, yeah. Let's think through this thing and let me see what's. So I think the last during last week I mentioned that there is in order to organize our code, there is something we call an architecture that we follow when we are creating a code. So we discuss having to use what we call the MVC architecture, where M stands for models, V stands for views, and C stands for controllers. Okay. And we're going to leverage that in building our platform. Yes, where is Tracy? I'm also asking. Hey, Mawela, be careful. when you, when you invite, she went to hell. She oh, Hirok, you're the one who said it first. I see. Hey, people, you let them rest. Don't worry, one of these days I'll try. Since you all want me to use my left, I'll try and use my left. I hope you are ready to see what you want to see. Eh, let me go back before I start drawing things that do not exist. Okay, so we have models, views, and controllers. And in the back end, since we are just back end developers for now, we're going to focus on just the models and controllers. Okay, but for a web app like this, there are some key things that we need to know about. Okay, and whether you are doing Flask, Django, you are doing Express, you are doing Laravel, any framework, web framework that you are going to use. Any web framework that you are going to use, this will be an important aspect of it. So when you are trying to hit, we call it an endpoint. When you are trying to access a particular URL, okay, especially when we are dealing with the back end, even the front end, we can call it as such. There is a concept known as the route or routing. Okay, it is a bit different from, not so different, but different from what you think of when you are discussing servers, like working as a DevOps engineer or a cloud engineer. What you think about is slightly different in a way. But then in our case, we are supposed to create this route, okay, to so that, for instance, in our app, let's assume yesterday I realized that my credit card was automatically deducted for a domain name I already have, which I didn't plan on renewing anyway. But now that it has been renewed, I'm even contemplating maybe we'll use that domain name for our project. So we'll host it on it. I'm just, there are two domain names that I have available that we can use. We have the tech party, which I have available, and I have Cratch.com. So yesterday they renewed this one, and I was like, okay, maybe we could use this Cratchy, like the meaning in my local dialect, it represents like a learned person. Like that's what it means. The literal meaning in my local dialects will be a learned person. So I feel we can use it if we want. Okay. So for instance, say we want somebody to be able to log in, and anytime they want to log in, they should go to cratchy.com. Since now we are working with the back end, we probably will have say slash API slash login. Okay, another route could be cratchy.com slash API slash register or sign up, any of them that you want. Yeah. It's annually, so they just renew it annually. They've seen that my credit card is inside there, so they went ahead to deduct the money before sending me email. Yeah, I know, right? When I thought about it, I anyway, so we can use it. I mean, whatever it is. So we're going to create this sort of route, okay, for our users. Let's say we'll start with the register route. But let me try and demonstrate using code. If there is anything, I'll come back and explain it. Don't worry. Let me bring out VS Code. VS Code. Okay. So this is what we did the last time. I think when you guys were not here, I tried making some changes. In fact, I was struggling with my database connection. I wanted to try connecting locally and I was struggling with it, but eventually I figured out. So initially, I was in my connection string, I was using localhost and it wasn't working. So later I found out that on my computer, localhost was defaulting to IP version 7. And that is a bit different from how the IP is presented. Hey, version 6. Did I say version 7? Oh my god. So there is IP version 4 and IP version 6. And it was defaulting to IP version 6. So it wasn't working. But when I switched to 127 dots, not 127 the 1. Yeah, this worked. So this was me trying to use the local database. Okay, but I think I'll no longer use this, right? Let me confirm. So this is a string, I mean a script that I wrote. Oh, okay. So I don't have to bother about it. This is just the test. When I was trying to test the database, I think I created two of them to test the connection. Initially, I thought the problem was with Mongoose, and that's why I wasn't connecting. So I had to try and use MongoDB itself without Mongoose to try connect and see. And eventually, I figured out what the problem was. So we don't need either of these test scripts. We'll just go with this for our connection. I hope, yeah, it has the right thing in there. So let's go on. Please don't worry your head so much. It depends the connection scripts that you write. Obviously, if your platform that you're building is connected to the database, you have to write code to connect to the database. Okay, so just know that this is something you'd have to do. There are several ways you can do that. As I told you earlier, Mongoose is what we refer to as an ODM. It allows us to write the connection code easily. Like, it has abstracted a lot of things for us, provided some extra validation and functionalities that makes our work easy when we are working with MongoDB. So that is an advantage that we tend to have. If I was not using Mongoose, I could have used MongoDB directly. So they also have documentation on how you can connect directly to MongoDB. And I tried that and figured it out. It was working. If you are using MySQL or SQL or any of its related database management systems, you would find out the specific code to write. Okay, so just remember that whatever be the case, you should have connected to a database if your app relies on a database. So for those of you who will be doing similar things in, say, Flask, you need to connect to the database, maybe SQLite or SQL, MySQL server, whichever one that you choose. But in that case, you can use an ORM like SQL Alchemy. And yeah, I hope that makes sense. So the next thing which I want us to pay attention to is in our server.js. So far, all we have done in our server.js is pretty simple. Here, we started by importing. Okay, I haven't used this, but I'll show you why we need it. Maybe not right now. Yeah, but even with that, we can just go ahead and use it here. Or for now, let me just turn it off. When we need it, I'll explain it to you. We need Express because this is what we are going to use to build the server or the app that we are using. It has to be an instance of Express. Okay, so here, this is where we instantiate Express. We just assign it to app and we call it like that. And the reason we bring this one here, this line of code, is just to tell Express that some of the data that will be passing will be in JSON format. So please allow them when they are in JSON format. If we take this line of code out, anytime we bring something which is in JSON, Express will not allow it. Like, it doesn't recognize that. So we won't get our data. That's why we are adding this. Okay, so pretty much then we set a variable for our ports. This is the code that allows us to connect to the database. So I tried not to put everything together. So this is actually coming from, you see, config db. That's where this variable is coming from. So Enoch, see that in this code I am using const. Even this I should use const because it wouldn't change. I don't want my ports to change. Okay, so you realize that I'm using const for almost everything here because most of these things are not expected to change, and that's what you'll find in most JavaScript programs. There are only few times where something will be changing, and therefore you would need to be using let's. Otherwise, you stick with your const. Okay, when you are not too sure, maybe you just go with let in case things are changing. Otherwise, const is always good to work with. All right, and this is just to tell the app to listen on this particular port that you've created, and if there is something happening on that port, it should go ahead and execute this function. Okay, as simple as that. We are saying we created an app which is an instance of Express. All right, then we went on to tell that app that make use of Express JSON. This means that allow, or anytime we are passing a JSON object through this app, please allow it. So make use of this here. Then we need a port. We need to set a port so that our app will listen on the port. And this is how we did it. I mean, I explained this last week that we set environment variables. We could have gotten rid of this. In fact, we can even get rid of all of this and just type the number here. But it's always good to use environment variables. Okay, maybe we'll do a deep dive into environment variables later. But it's always good to use environment variables so that if currently there is nothing on port 5000, I won't get any issue when I begin to run it. But if I give you the code and you have something already running on port 5000, you will not be able to run it. But if we are using the environment variables, you can set your own environment variable that this should listen to. So you just go to the .env file and change it. And it doesn't matter how many times or when exactly it is located in the how is it called, in the code base. It will just automatically be updated just by updating it in your .env file. It says, are there any special ports for development purposes? Not necessarily. Like, you're allowed to choose any port, at least to the best of my knowledge. You're allowed to choose any port that you want to work with. But some frameworks and some libraries come with their default development ports that you may have to use or override. I think a library like React.js comes with the default port of 3000. I think so. Yeah. So if React comes with 3000, you either override it by assigning your own port or you stick with what it is. Okay. So I for one, like when I started using React, when I started creating React and Express apps, I didn't know, and I was getting a crash because I was using 3,000 in my Express app. But then I'll try to run it and it's not running. Not knowing because the React app is running on port 3000, you cannot start a new server on that same port. So later I began using 5,000 for all my Express apps, but then you can change it anytime you want. Okay. So yeah, this is just the connection. But now let's go and run our development server. So to know which script to run, usually you have it in your JSON, your package.json script. When you come here, when you create the script for the first time, you create a Node.js app for the first time, you would see only this, the test. Okay, but here we haven't specified any test. I can even go ahead and delete this because it's not needed. And I added this, that dev, anytime I will run the dev command, I need you to do this. So this is the actual command, run nodemon server.js. Okay, so the ideal one would have been node server.js. So if you know Node, those of you who have done, let's say, Python, when you want to execute a Python script, you go ahead and write either Python or Python 3, then the script, the name of the script. Okay, if you want to execute JavaScript code on your computer that is using Node, you would have to say Node, then the script name. So now the script you are going to be executing, this is the script over here. It's called server.js. So I have to come here and say node server.js. Okay, this is what I need to say. Oh, there's a problem with our script. Oh, sorry. I'm not in the right location. So cd into backend. Okay, then now run the code again. And you see it says server started successfully on port 5000 and connected to the database. But the problem is that when you are in development mode, now you've started this and you are making changes to your code base. So let's go and go to server.js and make some changes. So say let's change our ports this to 6000, or maybe let's just change, yeah, let me change. I would have loved to change the value of port to 6000. Yeah, so let me just delete this and change this to 6000. I've changed it, but now this didn't change. Okay, like it's the same thing. I mean, nothing has happened. If I want these new changes to take effect, I have to stop the server right now and run it again. And you now see that it is at 6000 because I've changed it to port 6000. And when you are working in the development environment, it doesn't make sense to be doing that, stopping and starting your server every now and then when you make changes. You want such that as soon as I save it, it should automatically refresh and pick up the updates so that I don't have to come and stop the server and run it again. So how we achieve that is with the help of a package known as nodemon. So it's an npm package, therefore we can easily just go to the npm websites, npm packages. Okay, so let's look at it, npm packages, and we'll search for nodemon. Okay, exact merge of nodemon. It says, you see here, this has 5 million weekly downloads. So you can imagine 5 million weekly downloads. So that tells you that it's being used almost every single day. Okay, and this is how you install it. You install it with the command npm install nodemon or npm I nodemon. But usually we want to install it as a dev dependency. That means that dependency is only relevant during development phase. In production, we don't need that. Okay, so to install something, as a dev dependency, usually we'll do this. So if you do I, then you do -d, capital D. That means that we want to install the package for as a dev dependency. Sometimes too, you see hyphen save. If I remember correctly, I think it should be this. I don't really remember if that's the right thing because I've been using the D for a while now. So let's see if that is the case. What does -save dev? Yes, so I think it's -save dev. -save dev. And that will save it as a dev dependency. Yeah. Okay, so we are good. Now you see where we got it. Like this is how you know what to install. Then if you use the -g, it means you're installing it globally. I don't like that. I personally prefer to install it per project. So yeah, just okay, good. It's right here. npm. You can also install NodeMon as a development dependency, and you use this or that, as I talked about already. All right. Then how you use this is just the command NodeMon and the node app that you want to execute. So in simple terms here, for instance, let me just go back to my code base. So I already have it installed. How do I know that I have it installed? When I come to my dependencies, so this is the dependencies that I have installed, and this is the dev dependencies. They are in what we call the package.json, and you see that I have NodeMon here. That means I already have this installed. Okay, I'm coming to read your message and then respond to it. All right, so for me to just execute, I would say NodeMon server.js, and when I run this, oh no, the term NodeMon is not recognized. Why is it saying that? Why is it saying it's not recognized? So not displays that. Okay. All right. So ideally that's what I'm supposed to do, but let me try something. So in order not to be typing out every now and then, especially because we can change the items, we have indicated that, okay, this should be NodeMon. So we've indicated that this should be NodeMon server.js. That means that anytime I run this dev command, okay, in the package.json we have various scripts. So I can create multiple other scripts. I can create a script called stats, and stats will be, say, the actual one which I'll use in production will be server.js. So if I want to run that command, I'll just need to do npm run dev, and that would run the NodeMon command, but it's running. I don't know why it gave me the issue that time. So NodeMon is now the one that was executed. You see the command that was executed here? It's NodeMon server.js, even though I wrote npm run dev. So you use npm run to run the specific script that you have here. So I could equally have written, let me end this, close, yep, clear. I could equally have run this and say run stats. So when you look inside your package.json scripts, you can run any of the commands that you put there, and it will execute this specific command that you have given. Okay, so if I say that, say this is py, like anything at all, okay, should execute maybe console.log my name is, like something. I mean, it doesn't make sense for me to do that, but I'm just trying to show you what's happening. You just need to run that script by saying npm run, then the name of the script. So this is called dev, and when I run that, it's going to execute this code. This is called start. When I run that, it's going to execute this code. So let's run start, and you see we run node server.js. Okay, But once again, as I said, if you are running this using Node, when you make changes to it, it doesn't automatically update. So you always, in development, you want to stick to using NodeMon. So let's run npm run dev and go our way. Okay, good. So now you see that NodeMon is watching. If I go back to my server.js and make changes to this, so let's go back to what we originally had. Now you see that initially it was 6,000, port 6,000. If I go ahead and I click Control S, which I'm about to click right now, Control S, see down here, it has changed to port 5,000. Because NodeMon is automatically watching the script such that when I make the changes, it automatically updates this. So that's how we run that. Hi, top man. Welcome, top man. I hope you are doing well. And I know we are supposed to have our chat. Haven't been able to. I think the last time I called you, top man, I called you, but there was no answer when I had type. So forgive me, and I look forward to continuing our chat. Marilla says that would be a lot of work. Stopping and starting the server after every change. That's the point. So we prefer to go and use NodeMon so that it will automatically start and stop it for us, refresh it for us anytime we save. Would it show the package under dev? Oh, okay. So that was what you were asking. Yes. So if you install it as a dev dependency, then when you check your package.json, it's going to show it in the dev dependencies. Oh, okay. Yes. So I think I tried learning SAS and SCSS sometime back, and I remember what runners are, at least vague idea about it, but the same thing. Something that is watching for changes, and as soon as the changes happen, it compiles it for you. I think that's what the runners does. So in here, as soon as changes are observed, it restarts the server for you so that the new changes are picked up by the server. Yeah, so something close to that. Okay, so we're good. Now let's go back to our server.js. We need to do some things. Our server has been started, okay, and it's running on port 5,000. So ideally, when we open a browser and we go to localhost /5000, port 5,000. So localhost column port 5,000, it should give us access to our server. Okay, if let me show you something that this is really working. Now I've stopped the server. There's no server running. Okay, let's try this again. If there's no server running, this is what we get. You see, this site can't be reached. There is nothing that this is directing to. Okay, the port is not open. Nothing is there, so it can't be reached. But if we have something running on it, right now we have a server running on port 5,000. So we refresh this and there is a response, but it says cannot get this. We have not created any route for it. By default, when you just hit this endpoint, okay, what is actually happening is that it's looking, okay, you let me not get you confused right now. Let's go and create some routes in here to show what I mean. So to create some routes, once we have created this, all right, we can always use, there is what we call the HTTP methods. Commonly we use get and post depending on what we want to do, but there are other methods we have. So let me just put them here: get, post, there is delete, there is put, there is patch. These are the common ones that you would use in an application. Most of the other ones that are there, hardly would you use it in building any application. But at least for me, these are the 5 that I've been working with when developing backend applications. So get is for like I mean, in English, you would say getting the data. Marilla, please. What I'm saying is that I'm fine when I'm doing this thing right now, like, because I know very well that you realize that, hey, like, I'm not presenting myself as an expert and I'm ready to learn on the go. I can make mistake, like, you accept that, and when I make mistake, we are all ready to figure it out together and all. But to just record a video and publish the video has to be without mistakes. Like, that is it. And that alone is like a burden anyway. Maybe I'm just thinking too much and putting myself in corners that I shouldn't be putting myself in. So let's go on. This gets that, okay, get is like we are trying to get the data from the server. So this is just, hey, go and read the content and come and show it to me. That's all that is doing. Post is like send some data to the server. Okay, so we post the data to the server. We send data to the server. Delete obviously means that we should go and delete something in the server. Then put and patch is for updating. So if you want to update anything on the server, you use either put or patch. And there's a slight difference between the two. Maybe we don't need to worry ourselves about them right now. But what is important is either you are using any of these HTTP methods, if you say get, go get something from the server for me. So go and read something and bring it back. If I say post, I want you to send some data to the server, post it. That means that if we want to log somebody in, or we want to register somebody, we have to post the data. You see, we post the data to the server. But if we just want to see something from the server, maybe some information from the server, want to display the person's user profile, then we use get to just grab the data. So get is to go get the data, come and display it to me. Post is push some data to the server. Delete is go and delete something in the server. Put and patch is for updating something on the server. I hope it makes sense and it's quite easy to understand. Marilla says, much respect to you. Thanks for being amazing so far. You're welcome. I'm flattered, but anyway, thank you. Yeah, so let's see what we can do. Let's do app.get. Then you have to set the endpoint. Okay, if you saw this problem that we had, it was looking at this slash. That's the only endpoint it was looking at. So something like this. Okay, and when this happens, like when I get to this, what exactly should happen? When I get to this endpoint, what exactly should happen? So we realize that in this particular case, nothing was happening. So and there is no route like this. So it says cannot get this. If we go ahead and set it, maybe we'll create just so this, then let's create an arrow function. I mean, you don't need to worry yourself about this so much, but it's just a function that will take in what we call request and response. Okay, so maybe I should write it in full for you. Requests and response. So anytime that you are making an HTTP request, like you are, let me try this and see if it changes anything. This thing is tagged, so I know why it's tagged. Nothing is coming back, but at least it is seeing this. So anytime we are trying to hit an endpoint, okay, one of these things are happening. Like there's a possible thing happening, and it could be that we are making a get request or a post request or possibly a delete request. I mean, whatever request we are making, okay, it is in the browser. Usually you either make in the browser, you are going to make either a get request or a post request. Those are the two that you can make in the browser. So if we want to make a delete request, or even in the browser, I think mostly it's just get request that you do in the browser. If you want to do a post request, you have to do it outside the browser for something like this. Yes. So it's mostly a GET request that you do in the browser. Okay. But any request that you make goes with what we call the requests and the response object. So we have the request object and the response object. The request object will carry everything that is being sent to the server. Then when the server responds, everything that the server is giving back will be kept in the response object. So now we need to send some information. You see that this thing is logged and nothing is happening because it didn't get any feedback. So we need to send some feedback to it. And we can send that by saying, let's return our response dot just send. For now, we are sending something to the browser. So we send hello world, right? I think that should work, hopefully. Okay, no crashing. All right, let's see this. And here we are. It says hello world. I hope that makes sense. So right now what we have done is that we have said, I told you that request is what is sent from the browser to our server, but response is what our server sends back to the browser. So we have decided that our server should send this to the browser, hello world to the browser. So that is how come it has gone to hello world. Great. So we can equally do many of these, such that now if somebody wants to log in, let's assume that they hit this endpoint, log in. All we want to say is you are successfully logged in. You have successfully logged in. Then we go ahead and try accessing that endpoint. So all we need is /login, right? And hit enter and say you've successfully logged in. So pretty cool, I guess. I mean, I like it. The good thing is that some of these things I usually do not remember them until I'm writing code for them. So now that I'm teaching or sort of talking about it, it's making me think about it and see, oh yeah, so you really understand this thing or not. Yeah. So I like it. I like it when I'm doing things like this. Okay. So this is the route that we are going to create for all our stuff, like all the actions that are going to take place on our website. So if somebody wants to register, we are going to create what is it called? We're going to create a route for register. We're going to create a route for them to view their profile, a route for anything that we talk about, like an action that the user is going to have to perform on the site. We're going to create a route for them. And remember, this is just the back end. If you are working in the front end, so you'd encounter the concept of routing in the front end, but slightly different, in a slightly different way. Okay, so let's see. But in order to build our application, even though we can dump all the routes in here, for me, it's not going to make sense for me to have all the routes in here. So I'm actually going to have the routes in separate files. So I'm going to create, you see here that I've created a directory called routes. So I'm going to put all those routes like these ones, and I'll even separate them. Say for the login, I'll create the login route. So you'd see that for login alone, we can have multiple routes. Say login routes. We can have API / user. Okay, so usually something like this you may maybe create for users, then you say API / user / login. Then we will do, even for this route, we can have when they want to get No, so that wouldn't make sense. Let me think about it. The user routes, we can send a query to delete the user, but you won't call it login. Okay, so maybe, I mean, I have to think through this well, but say user dot profile, to display the user's profile, you say API slash user slash maybe account or billing. Like, we can have many routes, all depending on how our program is implemented. Would there be a way to secure these endpoints for security? Yes. So we're going to have to look at how are we going to secure it? How are you going to ensure that not everyone? So now, with what I've implemented, anybody at all can have access to this and say you've successfully logged in. But we're going to implement something what we would call authorization. So earlier on, I was talking about authentication, which is what we are dealing with, logging in and all. But then another concept that we'll look at is authorization. So you restrict people to what they are authorized to do only. In that case, if you are, say, an admin user, you have more access. We are authorized to access particular things that the ordinary user does not have, has not been authorized to. So we are going to look at that concept and how we are going to implement it. But for now, as I said, the first thing that we'll focus on, maybe tomorrow, God willing, is just to go ahead and implement something for our registration. I just wanted you to at least appreciate some of these things so that when I start writing the code for the authorization, you would appreciate, the authentication or user registration, you appreciate it. For now, you know that, okay, this is how we go about to write the, how is it called? We go about to write the routes. Okay, this is how we create the route. And even this, ideally, I wouldn't just maybe, okay, so let's do something. Say the person wanted to log in, they would have provided us with some information, and okay, and we'll grab that information and do something about it. I'm not going to go into the nitty-gritties of it, but let's assume that this person provided their name, say their first or username is equal to Obed, and password is equal to something like this. Okay, maybe we want to confirm, like there is some logic that we want to implement. We want to check if this username or email exists in our database. We want to check that first. Then if the username or email exists, we want to confirm the password or verify it. Does this password match the password for the existing user that we have? If yes, then go ahead to log them in. Go ahead and log the user in. Okay, this is what we refer to as the logic of our application. And when you are using the MVC architecture, the logic is captured in what we call the controllers. So instead of writing every one of this code here, we're going to separate that. We're going to keep the logic separately, and we'll keep it in this directory called controllers. That's where we're going to keep our logic, in controllers. We just abstract everything. So when you come here, it's just the server related things. This is where the server is connected. That's all. Then you go to the route, you see all the possible routes. That's all. If you are looking for logic, you have to go to controllers. You see all the controllers, the logic for everything in the controllers directory. If you want schema for the database, go to the models. You go to the models directory and you see all of that there. So you have segregated every aspect of the code. It becomes easy for you to debug it. So if you are having a problem, you start with, is this problem from the routes? Let me just jump into the route and figure it out. Oh, it's not from the route. Then maybe it's from the logic. So look at the controllers. If it's not from the controllers, it's from the models, right? Then you jump there. It becomes easy for you to debug your code. So that's the best way to implement some of these things. MVC is not the only architecture that you can use. There are a lot of other architecture that you can leverage or implement. But personally, that is what I've been introduced to, and I like it. And for that matter, that is what I keep working with. Okay. So now, if for nothing at all, you know the routes, the concept of routes in at least Express.js, you know what controllers are. That's the logic part. Okay. If somebody is doing, even here, we could do verifications, like different types of, validations, different types of validations. The email they provided, is it a correct email? Like, is it in the right format of email? Do you have any restrictions as to how the username should be? Like, all those things fall under what? Logic. So you capture these things under controllers, and we are going to look at those ones later. So yeah, the for us to create registration, obviously we'll need the user to post some data. Okay, so we're going to use, not right now, I mean, I'm just walking you through so that you know, you are aware of what we're going to do. We are not going to be doing much in the browser, because the browser only allows us to make the get requests, but we want to be able to do post requests, we want to be able to do delete requests, puts and patch requests, test all of those ones and make sure that it's working. The user can delete the account, they can update the account and all of that. We can't do that in the browser if we don't have the front end built. Okay, using just the URL, it's not something we can do. So we're going to use an API testing platform. So one common one that you all come across. Hey, today I didn't see Erasmus and Emmanuel Asma. I didn't see them here. Anyway, so we're going to use Postman. For those of you who know about Postman, you can use it for testing your APIs. You can use Postman for testing your APIs. I think they have an online version and they have an offline version that you have to download and install. So if you log in, let me see if I have an account with them. Okay, I probably should have an account. Oh no, unfortunately I don't have an account here. Let me see with Google. Oh, okay, yeah. So I guess I have an account. Wasn't sure. Yeah, probably recently visited. So I have an account here. We're going to look at how to use this later. But then for now, you know that, you see, like I've come here anyway. I just chose the environment to work in, the workspace. So I think you can create a workspace here, call it whatever you call it, but I call this testing environment. So I selected my testing environment. Then to start, you can click on new. Then which of these APIs are you working with? For now, we are working with HTTP type of API. So let me see. Just click on this and we are able to do the testing here. But let me click here, and as you can see, we have get, post, put, patch, delete, head options. And I told you that the first 5 is like the common ones that we use, so we'll stick to that one. So if I want to make a get request to this, and you know this is what is sending, you've successfully logged in. So I can copy this URL and paste it here. And when I send this, oh, did we close it? Oh, okay. So Interesting. This is their cloud version. So he's saying they cannot send requests to local hosts. If it is hosted online, then they could send the request. But if you want to do the local one, then we have to use the desktop agent. I don't think I have it installed here, and I don't want to install it. So we'll stick to what is called tender clients. So in VS Code, you're allowed to install extensions, and one of the extensions that we're going to use, so this is extensions, this icon in VS Code is what we refer to as extensions. So click on that and let's search for tender clients. For those of you who will be using VS Code, you can equally install that to test your API endpoint. This is not JavaScript related, it is API. So any API at all you are testing, you can use tender client to test. I hope. I mean, that should be the ideal case. So now that I've installed tender clients, it should be somewhere here. Okay. So hey, why is my phone? Anyway, hold on for me. My alarm is ringing. Oh, okay. Yeah. So now you have your answer. You have your answer. We should push to the production. I mean, I would prefer we set up the CI/CD pipeline before we push it to production, like the server, remote server. So for now, let's just at least get the registration side working. Then we can switch to setting up the CI/CD pipeline and get that done. Yeah. So ideally, it would have just shown here. I think I've zoomed in or increased the size of this. So, and I have a lot of other extensions installed. So you click on these three dots to review that. Tender clients. Tender clients shows up here, and you can make a new request. So it's a similar thing. Now this is the various ones that we talked about. Okay, we want to make a get request. Just put it here. So it's similar to what you saw in Postman. Okay, and we just go ahead and click send, and this is what it gave us. The status is 200, which means it's okay. There's a time that it took us. Then this is the output, what you saw in the browser. That's the same thing we'd have seen in Postman if we were using the local version. But I prefer tender clients because I don't need to install an extra software. It is right in VS Code, and I'm writing the code in VS Code. So it makes testing easier for me. I mean, this is a personal choice. I'm not saying everybody should go with it, but that's my personal choice. And yeah, so essentially this is how we test it. Now that we have this, it means we could actually go ahead and test the post and the other ones like delete, patch, all those other ones. We could test them. So good. I think this is a good point to stop for today. Get some rest so that we continue tomorrow. I mean, for me, I need to go and start my school assignment after work. I need to stop sharing my screen. Yeah, stop sharing my screen. Great. Oh my, that was good. Okay. So, what's up? How is it? Water is finished. Interesting. Yeah, that's good. So I think at this point, at least we've made progress with our platform. I don't know where every other person went to hide today. Uh, those who are doing shell, maybe shell is kicking their ass, so they had to go and pay attention to shell. Anyway, I'm glad we're able to cover the things that we're able to cover today. I am going to be learning what is called SAS programming for data analysis. It's interesting, but I mean, not interesting as in it is interesting. I mean, I am supposed to do it for school purposes, so looking forward to that. Yes, I think last 2 days I started reading on SAS programming, and yeah, not not quite what I wish I was learning, but then hey, I mean, it's another skill set that I would love to have. So I look forward to learning that. So if no one is gonna say it, I'm gonna say it. Thank you so much for this. You have no idea how fulfilling me personally. We'd always hear about these technologies, but never seen them at work. Oh, okay. I mean, you're welcome, and I'm happy to show or share what I know. And I think sometimes the reason I feel that something like this is important, because people would just presume that once you haven't gotten to that level, I mean, you would eventually get there, but once once you haven't gotten there, then you need to just focus on what you are doing. But I'm a believer in, if this is not your first time hearing about something or seeing it being used, it's easy for you to appreciate it. Like right now, I've mentioned all of these things. If you go somewhere else, somebody is talking about MVC, like it's not new to you. So even if that is the time that you are now getting to learn it, it's easy for you to grasp the concept because your brain has already captured something about it before, even though you didn't understand it totally. So that's the essence. The number of bottles, please allow me. um, yeah, so because sometimes I'm in here for long, and hey, I need hydration a lot of times. So that's why you see all this water. I think those times when I was doing the live sessions with the my cohort ALS, has somebody sent, like during a live session like that, somebody asked a question on YouTube that why do you drink plenty water like that? I mean, I'm talking, I'm using all this energy. You don't want me to drink water. that's that's the fuel that I'm putting inside the body. So yeah. Anyway, thank you so much. I'm happy to have had you all around. Marilla, especially, I'm grateful. And all the other ones, every other person, Tracy, Nancy, Enoch, and the people who came earlier, I think there was Dean and Osaritin. Who else was here today? In order not to miss anyone's name. Oh, so that's, I'm referring to those who sent messages in the chat. So if you were here and you didn't put anything in the chat, obviously there's no way for me to know that you were here. So yeah, every other person. I remember Topman. Okay, Topman too is here. Yeah, thank you all for showing up, and also I'm glad that we're able to do this. Hey, be careful. Marilla, be careful. You can't just make that generalization. Just 30 minutes. How would this 30 minutes be better than your whole course? Relax. Some of those things that you've been doing that you think are not adding value are the more reason why you could even appreciate some of the things I was doing. So relax. It is all good. Say, been trying to get my tax done and couldn't really focus today. Oh, that's fine. I mean, get it done. Like as I said, I live here right now. I'm probably just taking a break and going back to learning my school related stuff and start my assignments. My assignment is due 27th, and is the assignment itself is for me to learn SAS programming and take a course in SAS programming and get a certificate for it before 27th. So yeah, take your time and do whatever you got to do. Anyway, any final questions for me before I close the stream today? Yeah, so Maria is asking, what are you working on? Struct and type dev. Oh, okay. I think I don't know if that concept was difficult, but then when I understood it, it made a lot of sense. Struct is for you to create your own unique data structures, and type dev is just to assign a name to the structure that you have created. So if you understand it from that perspective, I think it should make a lot more sense for you. Okay. Uh Struct is for you to create your own unique data structure in C, whilst what is it called? Type dev is for you to assign a name, a unique name to that structure that you have created, so that you can always call it with that name, something like that. You say, please, do I set a value if it's what's the on a certain I'm trying to appreciate, as in if you didn't initiate it or like initialize the struct itself, or what is it, initialized. Okay, say, do so let me go back to the question. Says, oh, do I set a value if it is uninitialized? As in, okay, so when you are creating the structs, you do not necessarily need to set the values for the how like call it, the members, or like the variables in there. You don't necessarily need to set values for them, but subsequently you can set values for them. Okay, or you go ahead and create it and set the values directly. But please, I think at this point in my life, I may be the wrong person to like teach you C right now, unless I revise it and I teach you. But my old self, I think I did a good job with explaining struct and type devs. So if you're struggling with it, you may want to check that video that I did out. Otherwise, if it's something that you think is you've gone through the video and are still struggling, maybe just bring specific examples to. I don't know if your deadline is today. Otherwise, tomorrow, then I can do a quick search on it and maybe try explaining them better for you. Yep. Malila says, how long was this? This might just be our longest session. I don't think so. This is 5:56. Today we started late. We have a session that was 6 hours long, and this is 5:56. So at least it's like the second longest, I guess. But that's if we close before it's 6 hours. Says, okay, so like for char, I can use now to check. How can I check for float and integer? Oh, you want to check if float or integer, like the variables are empty. If they're empty, you can still use now. Like if there was no value assigned to it, then null is not just for the characters, it's for anything. If there is nothing there, it is null. At least that's if my memory serves me right. What platform do you use to take the course? So I think the school recommended. Let me share my screen and go there and see. I, s- I signed up there initially, but then hey, it wasn't going the way I wanted it. So I went to download a book from O'Reilly to try and understand what the course is about, even before taking the course itself. So I'm now going to start. But for lectures and things, it is just what is it called? It's just we call it Quercus here, but essentially it is Canvas. Yeah, so this is the platform that we use. That's our lecture room sort of, like the way in ALS we have. Oh, I'm not even showing this thing. Come on. Sorry about that. The way in ALS we have the intranet, in University of Toronto we use Quercus. This was the course, quantitative skills for health informatics. So assignments. No, this is not the first assignment. So go to assignments, then first assignment. I'm supposed to go and take this, and it's just 5% of the total grade. So you can imagine. Students are required to complete this. The deadline is 27th. So available from 1st September. Oh my. But we started school just this weekend. And blah blah blah. SAS programming essential. So I think this is it. learn.sas.com. Yeah. So now I've created the account already. I just need to go through the lectures and whatever it is and finish it up. Anyway, I've read slightly about it from the textbook I picked in O'Reilly. I think that book was very good because it had screenshots of everything and the person walked you through. It was literally explaining everything. So it helped a lot, and hopefully I should be able to finish this. I don't even know how long it's going to take me, but I learned, my colleague said it's okay, duration is 21 hours. Okay, yeah. So they mentioned it's 21 hours long, but then let's see how best I can get this done. Yeah, that's assignment one. Then I have my second assignment, which I don't even know what is expected. I'm yet to read it, but now I want to focus on this and finish it. Then I can go back to the second assignment to work on that. So we all are doing hard things. We are all doing hard things. Okay. Says, oh, your deadline is 6 a.m. tomorrow. If I can't get it done before tomorrow, we'll bring it here then. Okay, that's cool. See, I use now, but the compiler changed me. What error did? Okay, the compiler. So what error did the compiler give you? Is it necessarily with the now that you're using? And if it's an integer or a float and you can't use now, ideally you should be able to use now. If you can't use now, and if it helps, like I don't know exactly what the problem is, what the scenario is, but if you are using now and it's not working, you can just initialize it to 0. Initialize those ones to 0, and you try it out to see if it works. I don't know, I'm just thinking out loud right now. Yeah, like Say, Enoch, you're welcome. You're welcome. Really like this new way of learning, more remote learning, less in person. Yeah, I mean, fortunately for me, this whole semester, no class, no stepping foot in class. I'm doing everything online. So, hey, it comes with its own disadvantages anyway. Later we'll discuss that. But the important thing is that I get to do what I want to do when I want to do it. Mm. Now can't be used with now. Oh, can't be used with float. But the zero can't be age, so the code still failed. I mean, it still depends. Okay, try that, but it still really depends on the use case. Anyway, okay, guys, I need to jump off. It's past 3 p.m. here already, so I need to jump off, get some rest, stretch my legs before getting back to start my SAS programming course. And I hope you are all still motivated to keep learning. If you are feeling sleepy, you can get some sleep and prepare for tomorrow's session. And yeah, thank you all so much. I really appreciate you. And I look forward to catching you tomorrow, same time on our stream. All the best to you all. And let's chat up tomorrow, God willing. So then, bye bye.